Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, as usual, the game plan is about 3 hours. See how many duties we can get. Hopefully more than 10, but you know, 10 or 3 hours is usually what we go for. Just like the last few times, I will choose a DPS job. I don't know why I was about to say melee DPS. A DPS job. Queue for about a minute, see if we get something. If we don't, switch to tank, try again. See if we get something, switch to healer, try again. It seems like it is like leading to enough of like variety that was working pretty well. Boom, it says stream 2 of asking for a triple job wheel. You know, the funny thing there is that the website I usually used for the job wheel would probably not work very well for that, because it remembers the wheel between sessions. So having 3 different wheels would be like, well, you'd need possibly 3 different browsers or something, or like 3 private windows or something like that. I don't know. Alternatively, I could also just have like roll a random number. Like that could almost work. You could roll like a well, it starts getting complicated pretty quickly. I was like, you could roll like a 6. You could be like, for the DPS, you roll a 6-sided die. If it's 1 or 2, it's mage. If it's 3 or 4, it's range. If it's 5 or 6, it's melee. And then you could use the 6-sided die again for the melee DPS. It doesn't work very well once you go like. You could also use the same dice for range physical, but for mages, you know, it gets really complicated really quickly. But the way I like to do it is that I'm basically, as you can see, I pretty much just go, oh, we're playing a DPS, that one. And we're playing a tank, that one. Healer, that one. And you just go for it, like what I'm feeling at that moment. And usually try to not like pick the same one back to back to back. I hope that works well enough. That said, hey Talibar, hey Boomet, hey Jin Monica, hey Tina Lee, hey Rust, hey Saros, hey DPS, hey Zarian, hey Ilana, hey Sorin, hey Nox, hey Biff, hey Fila, and hey Naomi. Hope you're all doing very well. And wow, 75 streak on Tina Lee, crazy. Also, hey Manascalat, hope you're doing well as well. Got to never choose Astrologian. I don't actually, to be fair, I don't actually choose Astrologian very often. Basically, it's pretty funny how that always works. Now that could also work, Zen. Hope you're doing well. It says random number in game. First number is class, second number is job. That could also work. You could also just roll a bunch of random numbers, since I think you can customize the maximum number. Was I silly? I'm pretty sure you can customize a random number when rolling random in 14. Yeah. I mean, what happens is that if I pick a job that I know that I'm really good at, usually I get like a low-level duty. Like, except when I don't, right? Screenings RNG until it isn't, as is tradition. If I pick a job I'm bad at, expert roulette. Just like that. Just slam, boom jams. Like, I've noticed, I think 3 times in a row now, every time I've chosen to play Reaper, either for like a whole stream, or just picked Reaper and queued, I've gotten Meso Terminal. Say Volter! And Riftwalker. Don't mind me standing there and doing Endwalker Extreme Trials Unlock Mentor Roulette. Well, the best advice I can give there is try and round up a few people to do it unsynced. Most of the Endwalker Extremes are pretty easily done. Like, pretty painlessly. And you're not gonna need the experience with knowing how to do the fights proper. The probability that you get one of these extremes in Mental Roulette is incredibly, like, the probability to get any of the Endwalker extremes in Mental Roulette is extremely low. And if you get them, the probability that no one leaves when they see Zeromus is insanely low. And if one person leaves, I'm pretty confident that multiple will, and it'll be impossible to refill. Sounds like it's time for a Bard stream. No joke, that is what happens. I choose Bard, boom, get like a... Worst case is like, I'll be like, I don't really like playing Bard in dungeons. I'll get like I'll do various jobs and go like trial, normal rate, trial, guild test, trial, normal rate, switch to Bard, expert roulette. Like, just like that. Did you remember to reload your Strata Mean Harvest Moon? Yeah, exactly. I'm actually decent at Reaper, so that one is not that bad. But it's like extra bad whenever I choose Ninja or Bard. It's like coffee. Coffee. Whoa, Mesoterminal be upon ye. That said, I will start as Red Mage this time, and I will queue when it says... First I'll clear this. As you see, my Mock Tome thing was Cup of the Sun. I will queue when it says 31. Yeah, it makes sense, Saras. I'd actually forgotten that it was a thing. Yeah, I actually got the... I have now ran out of things. Like, whenever there's a Mock Tome event, I write down every single unique item that I don't have. And then I just, like... I basically write it as, like, an order. We're getting this. And then I, like, prioritize what I'm getting first, just in case. And that often means that by the time I'm done, I've already... collected items that I didn't want, but I didn't have them. So now I do. I got the last item from this Mock Tome event today. I had a feeling. Hey Lex and Dingo! Hope you're doing well. This might actually be a guild test. Are you ready for guild test? Woo! Hey Crusher! Are you ready for a guild test? Boom! Buckman! And Ilana wins the prediction. They missed still. It wasn't a prediction, it's what you got. Ow. Right, we try again. Our Q1 says 22. Do you have a new sweater? Or is it the camera that makes it look more pink than usual? This is the same hoodie as before, but it's just the lighting is a little bit different on this camera. I'd say that it is more accurate color. Although, I do think the saturation makes it look a little more pink than it actually is. Looks good, right? Thank you. As long as you're having fun, Lex, just keep in mind, it's not really a weakness or a problem, but Dark Knight does have like a slightly rougher time at low levels. Oh! We just barely made it. Is it into a guild test again? Dun, 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 dun. Here it comes! Yeah, I think so too, Mana. Hey, Yannick? It's just one of those days. Dark Knight change did make it nicer. Oh yeah, definitely. It might also not be bad enough to warrant a warning. I'll queue when it says 10. Do we have a count of how many times you've gotten Bachman specifically? I don't. I just write down what category of duty it is. I have recorded every single one, so you would technically be able to do it, and I could probably find it by counting every time in my notes, but I wouldn't be able to find it in my manuscripts because I call it something else each time, as you know. Oh! Cool!
Darkness reigns.
Darkness reigns! Scary and scatter.
Flee.
Oh, never mind. Flee, fools! It's not the same!
You are unworthy.
You are unworthy! Yay, yay. Ow.
Your cane is mine to command.
Your cane is mine to command! A funny story, I don't know how popular it was, but I remember back in actual Shadowbringers, when I did this fight on Extreme, there was a strategy for that mechanic with the falling circles, where people discovered that you can survive one, and if you just confidently stand right where one of the circles land, then you will only get hit by that single one. So instead of having people like frantically try to dodge, the Galaxy Brain strat was to just tank one hit. I imagine the person who left was because this fight is pretty long, is my best guess. Oof. Hey, Jet. Milan says, out of 1,550 duties, I got enemy party 61 times and Bachman 59 times, which is almost 4%. That is a lot. I'm pretty sure that I've gotten Bachman significantly more than enemy parties. But I don't know for sure. Stab!
stifled by this vessel of flesh.
I am stifled by this vessel of flesh. You know, Nox, the gob you won. The gooby one. We need like elevator music. That's a cool battle litany. That's what we call oof. Behold! Another melee combo! Run! Blarg! Blam! Oh, look, another melee combo! Just send it! Because it's funny! Yarg! Oh, run! Yo, what? Warg! Hellborn Yarp! Uh-oh. I goofed the slide cast. I should have just done a melee combo there. Lex, I use a regular keyboard. Well, a keyboard with like light in it, but a regular keyboard, and then I use an MMO mouse. I think I'm gonna die. I didn't even see the jail mechanic happen, so I guess this is it. Jose, Daenerys, and Dark Maelstrom. Hope you're doing well. I'm dead. I don't think there's a checkpoint for this one, so oh, there it is! Fantastic. I don't remember ever needing it. First wipe of the day? Yes. That does change things a lot. This would have been a lot worse if we had been kicked all the way back to the start. Is that the only non-savage ulti fight with a checkpoint? No, Yannick. No. The Seed of Sacrifice as a checkpoint. I'm pretty sure there's more. I feel like I'm forgetting something. But I'm pretty sure there's multiple others with checkpoints. Hordes of the Commander has one technically, although... But no, this isn't the only one. Yeah, sorry for sounding so, like, dismissive. Come to think of it, there isn't that many. Hey Vince! Hope you're doing well. I mean, like, all the casters have cast bars. It's just how much they have to deal with them. Oh yeah, Everkeep has one as well, that's true. I beseech you. Samurai is also a caster. Yeah, Lex, I use like a decade-old keyboard, and then I use some an MMO mouse. Each one. Hope you're doing well. Ding, ding. Thank you, Erdo. Yeah, I actually do have a video from, like, released, like, on the day that Endwalker came out, where I showcase how my keybinds work. Isn't Red Mage at 100 the most or second worst mobility caster? I believe if you, like, run the numbers, that Red Mage is actually the worst, quote-unquote, worst mobility caster at max level. The thing is that you know how like those like when we like look really closely at like log numbers and see that like the jobs are like almost exactly equally strong and people go, well, the other one's better. That's kind of how it works on the caster mobility thing. Like technically, if you like write out all the casting, Summoner has roughly the same amount of casts per minute as a Samurai. And then you go down from there. And Black Mage and Pictoman, like I think Black Mage has like more, like obviously has more casts than Summoner, but I'm pretty sure Black Mage has less casts or like less like fixedness than Pictomancer, and Pictomancer then less fixed as Red Mage. However, Red Mage's movement is just more structured than the others, because if you need to move a bit all the time, Red Mage is actually really good at that. But it has to be like, move a little bit all the time. Red Mage is exceptionally good at that. Black Mage gets better mobility at max level. Black Mage gets a lot of instant casts as they level up, yes. I'll say Bronto! I think Samurai has 2 more casts. So a part of the calculation is also that the Summoner has like some longer casts. Say Judge. Hope you're doing well and thank you. Right. Yum 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 yum. A Q when it says 31. This bear becoming instant feels a bit unnecessary, I don't know. It feels like they gave, like, Black Mage got that, and then the next major patch, the whole caster thing, like, timer thing was changed. Red Mage can also choose when it can or cannot move Twine. It's just slightly different because some of it comes at a cost. Red Mage has a lot of freedom of movement. Like, let's just say that every time that I hear people say that Red Mage is like super immobile and can't do anything about it, it's not someone who actually plays Red Mage up to like Savage levels typically. And let's just, like, I specifically recall that Cat, who played Red Mage in both the first and second tier of Dawntrail in Savage, shakes his head in disbelief that all these people think that. That it is that bad. Like, basically, the thing is that people hear Red Mage is the least mobile, and then has to, like, and then we try our best to justify that explanation, is what typically happens. The thing is, Red Mage is only marginally less mobile than the other mages when it really comes to it. It's just that its mobility is, like, in a different shape. It turns out that being able to move for, like, 3.5 seconds for every 5 seconds of combat is not that good if you need to move for 7 seconds at a time, for example. Well, ultimately, Lex, that's just a caster thing. So if you don't like standing still, then casters is something to be avoided. But you might like it when it gets to a higher level. I think I queued for longer than 1 minute there, but hey. Where do we go? Uweyawata Field Station. With Milo, hey! We got a Milo! It's been a while since we got there, Uweyawata, I think. Who needs 2 perfect balances in the opener? What? That looks like Cat from Wish. Wow. Fireball! Basically what Zav said, Lex. It's not that bad. You like, if you do content, or do types of content that regularly puts you in lower level content, you will get used to it. And I'm also not a very good person to ask on that, because for some reason I decided to dedicate a huge amount of my brain power to memorizing all the various optimal rotations for jobs at lower levels because it's funny. So I would obviously have no problem with it. I'd just do it. Like, I also, like, a lot of people say that it's unusual to actually know the names of actions, but I know the name of most actions in the game, just off memory. Coffee says, I've got most memorized except Samurai and its long names. What often causes players trouble is either Samurai, Ninja, or Sage, because their action names have a tendency to be like nonsense for an English player. The good news there, Lex, is that tanks especially, their rotations don't change much. Like, not that much. The thing that mainly stands out is like, oh, your AoE is a gain on so-and-so many targets and things like that. The rest just becomes like something to the effect of, if button available, then use it, otherwise don't use it. Let's not translate the action names for only one of the jobs. Which job shouldn't be translated? A Dr. Insano. Lower level dungeons sometimes aren't designed with wall-to-wall in mind. The good news there, I can say, speaking from experience, Dr. Insano, that you can easily full wall-to-wall pull all of the low-level dungeons where you don't really have any other options with only those options. Because you'll have Reprisal, Arm's Length, and Rampart at the very least. And that's enough! That's enough! Especially if your healer has, like, eyes. There's also the part that most of the mobs in those dungeons aren't particularly threatening. That tends to help a lot more than whether you have your mitigation or not. I can also say that a lot of the mobs are are made easier simply by the fact that you can outrun many of them. You can just run away if you run out of mitigation. And it works. So it can be scary, but you have everything you need. And yeah, bring potions also can help, but that one I actually think is not needed. It helps, but you don't need it. Oh, do you also carry various different grades of potions, Dr. Insano? The lower level potions have a tendency to be more effective when you're low level because they have shorter cooldowns and higher, percentage effectiveness. Stone Vigil wall to wall. Oh, that one is scary. I have considered more often to do it with randoms simply because of the checkpoint thing if you manage to pull the boss. But if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would pull something like that with randoms. It is actually pretty... Like, when I say that potions aren't needed, but they help, I can't remember the exact calculation, but I remember, I think it was an Endwalker, like late Endwalker, someone made the calculation and estimated that, like, low-level potions are worth something like... You know, the White Mage ability, Tetragrammaton. Imagine that you just have that, but on, like, a 27-second cooldown or something like that. That's how something like a high potion in an appropriate level dungeon is. It's absolutely insane. Optional. You don't need it. Your healer's just standing there anyway. Tetra had a what? The level 60 ability White Mage uses to heal instantly on a 60-second cooldown. With a potency of 700? 800? I think it's 700. Does instant single target healing, level 60 ability. It gets an extra charge in Dawntrail. Ow. I decided to try something that I shouldn't try. I at least survived. Oops. I actually got hit there. It's not very good. I had for sure thought we already had limit break, so I did the setup only to not be able to. Man. How do I survive? Levels when I don't have Living Dead. How do I survive in a trial when the rest of my party dies? Do I just reset at that point? Generally speaking, yes. If you're two things. If you're the only person alive in a trial, unless the fight is almost over, it will take a lone tank more time to finish the fight than just resetting and trying again. Second, if it is a duty, like a 4-man duty, where Phoenix Downs are available, you do that. You rest a healer. And if that doesn't work, then you wipe. Incidentally, Dark Knight is the worst tank at this whole thing, with just surviving past the point they're meant to be surviving without their party. But if you had said any other tank, I would have said the same thing too. If you had said warrior, what? But I use raw intuition, but then I'm dying in between. Yeah, you wipe it. I'm Gunbreaker. What if I don't only have Aurora? Is that enough? Well, if you're alone, you wipe it. There are very select situations, like for instance, if it's a 4-man duty, you're on a boss, and this is like the third time, like the third attempt, because your party keeps wiping. At that point, I might just go, maybe just see if you can do it alone. Like, if it's clear that your party just can't do it, then maybe there's a point. But generally, you don't force your way to finish the clear without wiping just because you're a tank and you might be able to. Because it'll take you so much longer to do it than just trying again. How's he dancing? I will queue when it says 10. I can actually, this is this is more of an extreme case, but I can say that there are some players that are particularly furious about the concept of a tank basically forcing the rest of the party to watch them solo a fight. So, you know. I'll say cat. Oh. My portrait! No! Oh, Milo and Ross. Hey. Meow, 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 rip. Delete. Activating plume delete button. Please hold. Oh, I can't do that again. There's a cooldown on the plume delete button, guys. You know, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure the change I made to my outfit in this case is that before I was using a hat that actually had a visual, but I used the setting to hide it. Now I use Emperor's new hat. Except I hide that too, so I It's not different, game. It's the same outfit. Nothing changed. I will queue when it says 23. Hey, Neo! Which job would you trust with driving a car for? You think of the job as if it was a person. Julio and Hunter Orc. Machinist might do it, actually. If you've seen how their Ziv analysis works, you might actually realize that they're absolute lunatics for details. Hunter Orc says, can you do an Astrologian run? See, the thing is, the way that I'm doing it right now is that I queue for 1 minute as each roll as I go through. I could prioritize Astrologian there, but last time I said yes and did that, we landed in like a low-level duty where I couldn't really use the toolkit anyway. So I can't really guarantee you anything useful from that. You can't run away from Ninja forever, Kai. Well, Ninja does have higher base run speed, so I guess you're right. Sadly says Machinist and Scholar are the only ones I'd assume actually have a license. What does Summoner do? Are they just like showing the Scholar license with like a drawn-on mustache on the Scholar's profile? Oh! Extremes! They can tank first if they want to. You can tank if you want to. I'll provoke on 3. Whoa. I'm doing this thing where I'm deliberately stalling my enmity, so that if needed, oh, that also works, sure. So that if needed, I can just, like, shirk to the other tank. But apparently the other tank is paying attention. I'll try to do the hero thing here. Come on, game. Help me here. We love slow to respond orbs, right, guys? Very nice. Jerk the tank buster onto the black mage. Fast respond orbs don't exist. Curse you! Yoshi P, how could you do this to me? Yoshi cursed me with 6x extreme wings mount that actually looks good. I believe it's 7. Black Mage is doing some interesting choices like switching from UI 3 to AF with Fire 1. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I've mentioned before, and I usually mention it when we're talking about what makes Extreme so problematic for Mental Roulette. The problem isn't, oh no, difficult duties in my Mental Roulette. Yeah, it's actually usually some of the players that you get matched with are interesting. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then we keep going. In the meantime, humanity restored. Alright, I'm back. And yes, exactly like a black mage doing something weird. I've done extremes with ice mages, with cure bots. There was that one time with a paladin who was like either insanely bad at the game or actually legitimately trolling in a Ramu extreme. Also, on a different note, if you're enjoying the stream, it helps a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. But yeah, the paladin example was the agent thing. There was basically a wipe because like nothing was happening. The other tank was just doing the thing, and then like I see in slow motion before my eyes as things are happening, I see the spell effect of provoke as Ramu is about to do his tank buster, turns like 130 degrees, looks at me, the paladin, 2 other DPS and a healer, and just goes clonk and kills all of us. It's just like... And this wasn't like the first pull. Hey, Silva! Doesn't the difficult duties need the mentor the most? Something like that, Lex. The thing is, the mentor roulette duty itself... Right, guys, bring out your bingo cards. The mentor roulette duty itself isn't like a system to pair good, like, experienced, knowledgeable players with new players. It's a group filler. You're getting paired with anyone who needs someone. So the reason why mentors are put into extreme duties is because there isn't a roulette for extremes normally. So the only reason why is actual sprouts, typically, queued for the extreme. And the duty system has been like, well, we have like 5 players. We need like 3 mentors to fill it. Boom, done. And those 5 players that queued could be of any skill level. Yes, solid players would be most helpful in an extreme, but that's not necessarily what the mentor roulette is for. Not saying that it isn't for helping with extremes, but let's just say that when you land in an extreme with a player who doesn't seem to know even remotely how to play their job, the problem is that player, not that the mentor isn't experienced enough. Anyway, I will queue when it says 3. Hey, Light God. And there really am. Oh boy. But that is ultimately what makes it difficult when you land in an extreme. Like, you notice I don't really mind. I land in an extreme and I'm just like, okay, well, how do we do this? I didn't even ask to talk about strategy for Ultimate Weapon Extreme because I knew I was there, Agent Monica was there, Mila was there. We were enough players that as long as the healers are healing and the other tank is capable of performing a tank switch and the amount of tank switch needed are few enough that if I just manage my enmity, I can just force it to happen. Then I don't actually need them to know what to do. So we can just kind of wing it. Normally I ask if there's actually some important information to share. Processes, my friends tell me it's the mentor crown making me arrogant when I say other people are bad at their jobs and extremes. Maybe you have the same issue. You should carefully examine some of my mentor roulette footage, and you'll know that I'm right. Oh boy. Oh, I made it! I'm not just spectating. Woohoo! I get to play! Calm down, buddy. How does one manage enmity? How, and do I need to learn how to tank switch? For normal content, no. And also, in this case, this isn't me being like a trick you need to know. This is actually me going, I'm such an amazing player that I will use secret tech to force my co-tank to tank switch when they don't know how to. Like, I basically just use magic powers to, like, puppeteer them to do it right. You don't need to know how to do that. Someone in Alliance A recognized me. Now, the trick in question, if you're curious, Lex, is at level 48, you get an ability called Shirk. That ability transfers 25% of the enmity you have to whoever you choose. Which means that if you keep your enmity, like if you look at the enmity list up here, as long as you keep yourself like in the context of you know, a raid or a trial, if you keep your enmity within a reasonable distance from your co-tank by like turning your tank stance on and off as you need, you can make sure that giving them 25% of your enmity means that they're tanking now. You don't need them to provoke to tank switch when it's necessary. You can just make them do it. That's essentially the hidden tech that I'm talking about. That's also why I was like managing my tank stance and turning it off and on again in the ultimate weapon fight. Was specifically to make sure that I didn't get too far ahead of my co-tank, who I observed very quickly had way less health than me, meaning their gear was way worse than mine. But that's the trick. But that's not something you need for normal content. Most normal trials and raids don't have anything that forces a tank switch at all. So you just mess around. You just do whatever is needed. Like, the main thing you're there for is if your co-tank suddenly looks like they're like in a tough spot, you just take over. Like, you just provoke and take over, and then they take over at some point. Or you just don't do anything, and then eventually they die, and then, well, by process of elimination, quite literally, they're taking over because they're dead. But the more skillful approach is to provoke before they die. I recommend that one if you can. Yes, one gold tank swap. Exactly. See, the thing is, Lex, if you look at the party list right now, right? Okay, not right now, when I'm targeting something. Here. The big red bar under me means I have, you know, I have the most enmity. Everyone else's bar is a percentage of mine. So for instance, the black mage here, I wager has like 10, maybe 15% of my enmity, like eye measurement. And if I turn off my tank stance, nothing will happen. Because it will take that DPS like 30 minutes to catch up to me if I'm just continuing to do my thing without tank stance. Also, hey Beans, thank you so much for the sub. I hope you're doing well. Beans! And hey, Uber Penguin! And he's Metricon. And yeah, also your co-tank will usually be way closer. But if there's a significant gear discrepancy, like in the Ultimate Weapon Extreme earlier, then what will happen is that the one with better gear will pull ahead very hard, and they will have to turn off their stance when the other tank is tanking. Which is what I did. Like, I had my stance off initially, turned it on like a 30-second or minute through into the fight, and then I had to turn it off again to make sure I didn't overtake too fast. Hey, Red Master! Is that boss unfortunately that has your favorite mid-fight voice lines? Oh, there's a lot of good ones. Oops. Oops. This shouldn't kill you. That's a good one. And now this. It's one of my favorites recently. It's so stupid. Close to, Lex. Something like that. For instance, in Savage contexts, we usually use it. Oh, I need to pull this boss further away. For some reason, my brain said extremes. And I felt like stacking them on top of each other. That's not very smart. But we usually use the shirk after a tank switch of some sort to make sure that the one who's tanking now has been like shoved further ahead. Hey, Kwasari! Don't mind me, throat's a bit parched. It's been a while with that one. But that is essentially what Shirk is for, to like cement the lead that the other tank has. Or if you have to force them to tank if they're not. How's this? We also have a how about this? And Fenrir's power can be used in many ways. So how does that one go? Is that Electrope that goes like that? Those are so similar. How the numerous no more games? Those also good as those are also good. Hey Shaq? Now this. They're gonna swap. They're gonna swap. They're gonna swap. And then they did the swappy. Boom. Wandering trail. A shadow. From the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble! Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb! Yeah! Yeah! He has a lot of funny ones. Yeah! Yeah! Ow. Ow. Hey, Varian! How very glib. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. What really gets me a lot of the time is when the when the boss spams it, like specifically the case with Mr. Sloppy. Like he just has a bunch of lines that he'll just randomly say as he's doing stuff. It'll be like, "I'll tear you limb from limb." Yeah, Sloppy. Some sort of combo. Hey, Volky. Oh, yeah, also, in the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! Oh, in the name of who did you say? The Emperor! Ah, of course. We go together! And you die! Hey, Isidus! Of the trust bots have voiced lines and custom dialogue interactions. I wonder how many people ever witnessed that. I have not seen a lot of them, unfortunately. But that's also great. Is Medcom says, I like the Medem call in M12S where he admits he has no idea what's going on anymore. Yeah, that's in phase 2, right? Hey, Shadowfire. I'm glad to hear that. I am become Zodiac. Hey, Eldvoa. No be doing well. I see. Did you notice that I am replacement lizard? And Pom Pom Nomi is here as well. Fantastic. Guys, the Alliance raid is invading the chat. The test of your reflexes. Bonks your knee with a rubber hammer. Whee! Nice. I don't think they did, Shadow. I don't know exactly. I am not actually sure 100% like what they did or didn't mean. So it's possible that they like that's coming as well. I don't know for sure. Axe. And my favorite bit about this whole section here is that the two P's are almost perfectly spaced so that 5 Yalm AoE centered on them. And even 5 Yalm AoE between them can't hit 2. As far as I can see. So you just like it's so perfectly cleavable and yet not. Lexus, when you mess up a rotation, by the way, is it ever recoverable? Is it just now you have to live with a slightly less optimal rotation because of the cooldowns? It heavily depends on the job. Some jobs just like, well, some jobs, the ability to fix it kinda depends. Indie comedy, please understand. No, Pom-Pom Nomi. I'm pretty sure that that one is actually completely deliberate. That they've spaced out the 2 Ps exactly like that. Like, let's not forget that when these alliance raids were designed, a certain someone wanted the fights to be harder, but were told no. They can't be that hard. It's alliance raids. So I like to imagine that they did stuff like this just to be annoying. I'm pretty confident it's entirely deliberate that they're spaced out like that. Exactly. Mr. Tower, you can't have permadeath in the alliance raid. Oh. Oh. Machine is down! They got clapped by the wall! They got squooshed. Huh? I feel like this party's going faster at least, so that's good. I'm not a huge fan of this boss positioning, but I guess it works. I prefer she's just on top of one of the spiral, like circling AoEs. It makes it a lot easier. But I mean, that also worked. No, my inner release! How could you? No! My damage! I'm furious! Can't you see? Riveting gameplay! Maybe that's how it went down, Naomi. He just kept listing and not like ridiculous things, and at some point it's like, can we at least space out the 2P so that they're inconvenient to AoE? No, we... Wait. Actually... Yes. Maybe he was just wearing the the development team down by suggesting extreme things, so that when he finally suggested something like just on the edge of being like fair and reasonable, they were like, okay, sure. Okay. Fine. Boom. Mi Baranzi. Ah, never mind. I can't make it now. I'll just take the hit. There it is. That was what I was hoping for. Nice. We did it! A test of your flexes! And this is my favorite bit of lore about the near raids is still the hallway in bunker before the last boss. One person gets hit equal everybody wipes, and Yoshi P was like, no. Pull the lever! Come on, come on. Zero target dots on. True. When you try to be Galaxy Brain and put down your Doton in advance, and the mob just doesn't appear. There you are! Fight me! Battle me! Ah, cross AoE! What if we do it the exact same way? Maybe they'll fall for it the second time. Get with the... Fine, the leggings can make the butt bigger. Now, please let us code the game. Fine. What do you think? What do you think? Which new jobs we're gonna see in 8.0? I don't know. I have no idea. President suggests that there will be a new tank and a new ranged physical. I would be fine if it was just the ranged physical or nothing. Thank you, Aradil. The whip job. You know, Pom Pom Nomi, I don't think that's ever happening. With the with the live letter recently, where they showed off Beastmaster, I believe they said on stream that it couldn't be whip because they are worried what the players would do with that. So I don't not only no whip for Beastmaster, no whip for anyone ever in 14 because we can't handle that kind of power. When opening a boss fight, by the way, is it bad to go with the range attack first? I saw in your guide the rotation starts with Provoke. Some of them start with Provoke. That is mainly if you know your main tanking, you do that. In max level duties, you usually do a ranged attack of some sort, but in lower levels, especially in casual content, opening with Provoke is usually a slightly faster way to get it going. But it kind of depends on the level. When you have a co-tank, it's usually not the best to open with Provoke in casual content. But if you are doing hard content where it's important who's tanking, then opening with a ranged attack and Provoke is what I usually do. To make absolutely sure that I'm winning if I'm main tanking. Boom, hat. The person watching the cutscene watched the cutscene and then apologized because they didn't realize we were waiting for them. Man. Hey, Ham! You show promise, but promise won't save you from what comes next. What comes next? We've drawn a backwards L. And it's also what we responded with, Bobomet. If we didn't want to wait for the person watching the cutscene, then we would have just not waited, right? Why would you not be winning when your co-tank should have their tank stance off? Unless in hard content that doesn't apply and you both should have it on. Let's just say, Lex, that in harder content, the way bosses do mechanics that target both tanks is that it checks who has the most and second most enmity. And if the second tank does not have tank stance on, then they do not have second most enmity. And if they do, then you have a bigger problem than them. Situationally, you might not need to have a tank stance on your off tank, but usually it's for the best. If you don't know for absolute sure. Oh, I should have used some mitigation for that. Oops. Like some bosses, they will auto-attack the 2 highest enmity. Some bosses, they will just out of nowhere be like, alright, tank buster, and then just target the 2 highest enmity guys. And by that point, it's too late. You can't change it by getting the aggro then. The only solution is maybe if you have a paladin, they might be like, if they're not being targeted, they could use cover to protect the DPS that inevitably ends up with aggro. So yeah, no, you do not want to have the off tank without tank stance if you're not sure. But there are definitely fights where you could have the off tank just turn off their stance. Just in the current raid tier, the first boss does a tank buster that targets top 2 enmity within like the first 2 mechanics, I believe. The second boss doesn't actually do anything that requires the second tank to have a tank stance on until there are 2 bosses on the field at once. The third boss also does something within like 2 mechanics that may require both tanks to have stance on. And I believe the last boss auto-attacks both or something. They could in-mount and cover, that is true, Grim Raven. But they can do that once. And if you have some plans throughout the fight to use your in-mount for something else, then you have a problem if you do that. It just fixed requires it. Well, when I say may require, I mean that the Axe Tank Buster, I believe, randomly chooses between centering on the main or off tank. So there is technically a 50% chance for a 50% chance that it doesn't matter that your off tank has, like, second enmity or not. I'll say Wolfkin. So if your off tank is not using their stance, there's a 25% chance that there's not people dying. Hey Treasure Box, hope you're doing well as well. It's been a bit, hasn't it? Heavy arms! Oh, that's a good point, Ham. That is a good point. In that case, never mind. How a dancer got the tank buster here? Oh, because this is casual content. They usually give the tank buster to the 3 characters in the whole alliance that are tanks. But if you only have 2 tanks alive, then what happens? Apparently my inner release covered the whole thing. I was like, Caetsu. I'm pretty sure usually in these kinds of contexts, if there isn't a tank to hand a tank buster to, it gives it to a random player. Sometimes they also just base it on enmity. I think it's pretty random ultimately, which is why I'm uncertain. Goes by enmity list now. In most casual content, the game checks for a tank. If there isn't a tank, then the game just goes shrug. Sometimes it's based off enmity, sometimes it isn't. That's what I know. Is there a reason you're running one tank? This is an alliance raid. There are 3 tanks. It's just that they're spread over 3 8-man groups. That's how this kind of content works, VC. If you've ever done Crystal Tower, which you will eventually end up doing, then you'll see it. Boop, and boop, and boop. Thank you, Sen. Sorry about that. That was my PC. That thing about how mechanics target, if you don't have a tank in those kind of contexts, is something where the thing is, I know that there are mechanics where the tank buster will target highest enmity if you don't have a tank, and I'm also like 99% sure that there are mechanics that will target at random if there isn't a tank. And the thing is, all you need to go, well, who knows for sure, is one mechanic that does one and one mechanic that does the other. Then you can't be sure. And 14 has a ton of that kind of stuff. Hey, the sack boy. That sucks. And does inventory management get better? I have so much random things in my inventory I don't know what to keep because I might need it later. A lot of the items that you get in your inventory, Lex, are you on the free trial? If you're on the free trial, it gets a little bit difficult. If you have a paid subscription, then a pretty solid way to figure out whether you need that item or whether it will be a problem if you get rid of it is to go over here and just put in the random junk item you have and go, oh, I probably value the inventory slot more than 1 gil. If you're on the free trial, it's a little bit more difficult because you have 1 less inventory and 2, you can't just buy the item. Yeah, any item you can just buy off the market board. You have to ask yourself whether the inventory space is more valuable than the potential money you might maybe save if it turns out you needed that item later. And the way I often recommend dealing with it, you could also use Universalis to look up price, that's true. The way I usually suggest doing it is, if you look at the items in your inventory, ask yourself, do I need this item right now? If the answer is no, get rid of it. Unless you can be like, no, but I will need it in 2 weeks or something. Like, if you're like, I don't see any need for this item, I'm keeping it because maybe I'll need it later, get rid of it. If you don't, like, if you know for sure it's easily replaced, get rid of it. If it isn't easily replaced, you know, think about it a bit more. It could be like totems from an extreme duty or something where it's a little bit awkward to replace it. If you don't know then like, put a pin in that. Ask yourself next week, did I actually need this item? No. For armor, the jobs that are in the category that that gear piece covers, you might want to like out-level that. But if you're not sure, what you can also do is if you visit an inn, there is the glamour chest there. There you can just put the gear in. There's like 800 slots there. It's meant to make outfits with, but it can also just be used to store stuff when it comes to equipment. So you could just put it in there and then just check in on it later. Although if you just keep doing that, you'll eventually have 800 items and be overwhelmed that that's too full. But just saying, there's more gear space there than on yourself and both of your retainer, like your free retainers combined. So it's an option. Hey Vespi. But that's my suggestion. Wolfkin says, I think the circle tank busters at Paradigm's Breach are random, and usually the red tank busters are by enmity. This might help you on your research. Interesting. That could be true. But yeah, once again, just ask yourself whether you will need this item, and then get rid of it if you don't. That is how I got rid of a lot of stuff. Hey, Seraph! Streamerman really thinks we have glamour dresser slots, huh? Well, I mean, you have to clean out something eventually. Thank you so much for the super chat, as it is. The Red Mage question, how worthwhile is it to use modification on cooldown considering the drift away from the emboldened buff? I think Cat would be able to more accurately answer this question. However, my knowledge on this is... And just to preface this, remember when you're considering something like this in the context of a dungeon, you view the whole dungeon as one encounter with downtime. If using modification on cooldown means you get +1 modification over the course of the encounter, whether it's a whole dungeon or a boss fight, then usually modification is worth it. Or modification on cooldown is worth it. If it doesn't lead to you getting an additional modification, then it makes no difference whether you use it exactly on cooldown or if you wait to align it with Embolden. And yeah, I do believe modification, what's it, 100? 110. So you can see, if you have a fight of 10 minutes, for instance, then you don't like, if the fight is 10 minutes, you would have to like modification like 2 times early to like get the extra one, because on the 10-minute Embolden comes, roughly, modification would be ready early. If the fight is like 9 minutes 30, then you might also get it. If the fight is 9 minutes, it doesn't add anything. Using modification on cooldown on Red Mage rapidly pushes it out of your own 5% buff, and you have another 5% buff, even the extra use wasn't worth it. Now see, the thing is, Kesef, modification itself doesn't give a damage buff anymore. And your 5% is actually 10% now. So... And you can hold the Prefulgence for 30 seconds. So as long as modification is within 30 seconds of the 2-minute burst, which can happen, then you can still use Prefulgence in the burst, and you can still hold melee combos for the burst, or you could just be melee comboing into the burst and all that. So it's complicated. Let's just say that getting that extra modification will push out like your 3rd or 4th or 5th modification will be pushed out of raid buffs, but modification is Prefulgence and a melee combo. A melee combo you could have had anyway. But the key is more so that there's no need to use it on cooldown if you don't know for sure that it will give you anything. So that's the key thing. Like, Kesef is right. If you use modification on cooldown, it will gradually move out of the 2-minute burst. And your 2-minute burst is probably going to add more value to that melee combo, definitely. But it is worth mentioning that the majority value of modification is it makes your melee combo ranged, if that matters to you during your burst, and it gives you refulgence. But other than that, it's just 50 mana of each type on a stick. In, like, a dungeon, like Expert Roulette, you would probably be able to get 1 extra modification if you could actually use modification on cooldown. You'll likely get an extra 1. Not guaranteed, likely, because it kind of depends on whether you end on an odd or an even minute. That's how bad it is. Hey, Lami! Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the 2 years, Naomi. And closing in on the 1 year, Sally. Thank you so much. Gotta love when the devs give us a shorter cooldown for convenience and we just throw it in the damage hole. That is actually the more important thing for that question, is that most of the time, those 10 seconds isn't gonna make a difference. What's really gonna help is that sometimes you might want to use modification like 1 or 2 GCDs before Embolden, and you can do that. You can just do that. Because modification has a shorter cooldown. I'll say day keyboard. Sure, I will queue when it says 47. That's actually also just, this whole conversation about modification also, like, brings other perspectives into question. Like, for instance, if you're playing, I don't know, Paladin, and you drift Fight or Flight, 1 GCD every time you're gonna use Fight or Flight. If we're taking it in, like, an abstract, theoretical scenario, you're losing damage. However, if, for instance, the fight ends after, like, 9 minutes and 50 seconds, then your last fight or flight will end with your last GCD. If you're doing the opener exactly correctly, your last GCD will land exactly at 950 anyway, and you would have gotten your last fight or flight, your 10th fight or flight anyway. So you drifting your fight or flight 1 GCD every time it comes up didn't actually change anything. You still lose some group damage if you have any buffers. That's correct. That's correct. You would gradually drift out of raid buff windows. So then we'd have to, of course, also add, what if your entire raid like drifts their raid buffs by 2 GCDs every 2 minutes? Then suddenly, again, it doesn't matter because of the way that things align. So, like, that's ultimately what it comes down to. X says, looking at your inventory, where do you store dyes for glams? Retainer? That and potions are what's most leading my inventory. My potions are right there. But you can see that there's a very potions-shaped area right here where they go when I'm not using them. My dyes? 2 there. 1 there. one there. I don't need other colors. Hvad siger I, Sil? It's hard to notice, but guys, very monocolor. But yeah, I don't use that many dyes, and when I use a different dye, I usually buy the exact number I need and then throw it away. Also, Lex, in the next patch coming, like in a week, there's a new feat that they're changing something where dyes basically get categorized as groups. So you will need like 5 slots, I think, for all the things you'd use nowadays. If you're using many categories, if you're using like just a lot of the common stuff, you might only need 1 inventory space for all of it. Because you just have like generic dye. That's not the actual word for it, but... in a week, the dye problem will go away. That's what I'm saying. 3 slots outside of online store. Well, even better. Thanks, Vince. My code tank isn't clicking yes, guys. Hey, Erak. Well... where do we go now? We go to... and Erak is here. Fantastic. Yeah, I think so too, Shaq. It didn't seem to be that. It did seem to be the case. So many mobs! Oh, I'm just realizing there's some meat grinder happening behind me, so the mobs are dying as we're pulling them. That's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Hey, Harry! Time for the most epic rotation of them all. Time for 1. And a 2. And a 3. And a 2. Hey, Dan. I'm almost certain that part of the motivation to have it so that the sound effects go off one by one like that is because it sounds satisfying. But it might also be a case of that's just how the game is. Mr. Owl! Hey, Space Queen! I also know some players find some of those sounds really obnoxious. Like, specifically a Bloodbath. on a DPS. Ever heard that sound? I don't mind it. Dang it. I got all the oil! The oil is mine! Yeah, that sounds like a likely scenario, Ham. That it was something that happened, and then instead of changing it, they were just like, pretty satisfying. The oiliest of lizards. Ah. I slip beyond the enemy's grasp. Let's just go to the other one first, I guess. Bloodbath is the sound of not dying to the 30 mobs I just pulled. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, now that sounds great. I love the sound of not dying. That's actually awesome. Should try it. Run away! Run for the hills! Aye. Run to the Nimian device! The Nimian device. We got it! My god, the bot hit the boss before me! Means that we're gonna finish quicker. Onward! Gentlemen? Oh, hold. Ja-ja. Is I choose? Huh. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then we keep going. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Thank you. Right. I wonder if one day, as a result of me swapping something like Confiteor with Potion and low-level duties, that I'll, like, try to do Savage and then be like, wait a minute. It'll probably happen one day. Mr. says, it took me this long to realize you had a haircut. I mean, it has been a couple weeks, I think. Oh, nice. Did it go well, Harry? Right, I will queue when it says 36. X says, I just did a roulette. I now see what someone meant by a Realm Reborn dungeons not being built for wall-to-wall. I just did Temple of Khan and insta-wipe because my healer wasn't ready. Yeah. See, the thing is with the Realm Reborn dungeons that most of them, you can pull, like, everything into the boss room. Now, whether you should is a whole different story. And honestly, it's probably not the reason you wiped in Temple of Count, but because of the sting. See, an interesting thing there is that when I recorded, like, the hardest wall-to-wall pulls video, I specifically went as Paladin for Temple of Khan so that I could stun the final stings, only for our party to kill every bee before they even cast it. If I recall correctly, we even had to, like, retake it because I was like, I think we could have done that with the boss too? See what I mean? See? Okay, I'll choose a job I'm not that good at. Boom. Max level content, there you go. Fantastic. You see this? You're seeing this?
This will be a tag team match of extreme proportions.
I can handle you alone.
My word, such scorn for the challenger. Oh, what fearsome flames! He set the ring ablaze.
I ride the inferno.
Oh boy. That's correct, Lex, but this is the normal version. This is the normal difficulty version.
The flames are spreading. At this rate, the challenger will be trapped.
Oops.
I'll wipe you out.
Hey, save some fun for me.
No, take this punch! Take that before you leave with my kunai spin.
Tagging in.
If there ain't a wave to ride, just make one yourself.
Good gods, what an enormous wave!
Bet you've never seen anything this gnarly.
Ugh.
You're going down! What a drag. Let's do this together, bro.
Both brothers have entered the ring. Oh, that's grounds for disqualification.
They don't fight alone either, so it's only fair.
The extremes fight as one.
Roar! Woof! Bork! Arf!
It seems the referee is allowing it. It's double trouble for the challenger.
We're just getting started.
Hey,
Ow.
check out this smooth teamwork.
The brothers have triggered a fusion explosion. Truly, they're deadly beasts.
One of the pillars weren't soaked, I think. Oh,
I've been saving
my
this
Raiju! It's okay, I didn't want it anyway. I was too focused on trying to make the most of
The extremes are holding nothing back.
other things, and then I just goofed it all. Thank you, Rust. Enjoy your evening.
Bet you've never seen anything this gnarly.
Oh.
I lied, Inferno.
You may imagine that I meant to click somewhere else. I technically I didn't get hit by the thing.
You're going down! If there ain't a wave to ride, just make one yourself.
And they're down. Can they recover from this? Hurrah! What fighting spirit! It's all over. Until next time.
We lived! I don't know what I imagined would happen. I was probably hoping that I could press in time within the wall, but the moment I clicked, I was like, wait, that's not how that works. The Whispering Star. My main melee is a Reaper and a Viper. They're definitely harder. Sorry to say this, guy, but not only did you wall, you also got hit by the thing. Dang it. Was I out? It is a matter of, like, I think the important bit to remember there, Whispering Star, is if you think it would be more fun to play Ninja, then do that and you'll learn it. If you're like, I want to learn Ninja because, then you might be put in a position where you don't actually want to put in the time. Nexus, what's the difference between the red arrow marker and the yellow one? No, you're supposed to stick together, close together on yellows, but is the red just a circle AoE when you're supposed to avoid the person? If it's a red one with orbs circling, then it means that it's a team tank buster, as in, if there's 2 circles, it means you need 2 players. If it has 3, which sometimes happens in alliance raids, then you need 3 tanks. And they're red to indicate that it's for the tank. Usually when there's just a red arrow pointing down, it means that the tank is getting tank busted, or Maybe it's a DPS getting tank busted, but whoever's getting pointed at with a red arrow usually means that's a tank buster. Much rarer, known as enumerations, if you see a yellow or blue, like, stack marker looking thing, but there's orbs swirling in it, means enumeration. Enumeration means usually you need exactly this many players in it. If you have less or more, you get punished. Say Prisman, procrastinauts. A lizard has fallen into the lava pit in M10N. Build the healer to rest them. One of those enumerations are in ARF, I think. That's correct. The second boss in ARF has a mechanic where one player gets rooted to the floor and then gets a 2-player enumeration. And it does like 90% of your health and damage if you do it wrong. There's also a boss on A6N who has a, I think it's a 4-player enumeration. Red usually means tank buster, yeah. Usually. Not always, but usually. I will queue when it says 55. Oh, insta pop for a DPS. Oh boy. I believe this one also has a time. Like, this one has enumerations that are not strict. They have orbs swirling, but that's a minimum count. Pay attention to the chat. What happened? What did I do? What did I do, cat? What did I do? In-game chat. I think that Pictomancer was gonna dodge me there. I will understand. Okay. See? Soft enumeration. You can have more, but you do need to. I do not believe Cat is in the party, no. Ow. So sometimes it's just unsoloable because of enums? Not always. The thing is, the punishment for failing an enum is harsh. But depending on the fight, it might not be lethal. For example, the second boss in ARF is soloable by a warrior. Synced. But the last boss isn't. For different reasons. You just need to have, like, you just need to be able to survive the hit, which you sometimes can. We're doing some big damage. Garuda's not doing well. Oh. Dang it. I still got most of my attacks off of that, so that's something at least. It was weird. The paladin tank is best friends with me now because I came to their rescue for the pair earlier. What was it I had to see in the chat? Huh? Was it Gwar? I do not understand, Cat. What was it? I didn't see. Read the things Garuda said. Oh, no more games! We face them together! No more games. There's so many games, guys. LQ and says 6. Do you still have emoticon slots available on Twitch? I think I don't think so actually. What is it you have in mind, Alana? I think I have for animated emotes, but I think I'm full on stills. I'll also say if people make or get commissioned emotes or art for like that is related to the channel, I usually try my best to do something with it. As you know. He says the time for games is over. When the dialogue writers realize players feel like this. What? Uh-oh. Oh. No, actually, Wow. It was 40-minute replacement. 40 minutes. And they had 25% echo. So they tried. Does that add to your failed duty counter? I don't think that counts. But I will briefly show it because that's hilarious. I will queue when it says 55. They were in there for 40 minutes, it seems. Or at least some part of it they tried because they had 25% echo. There were real polls. That was normal, wasn't it? No, that was extreme. That's Minstrel's Ballad. So it was extreme. That one was over before I even entered. If I had been slower to click yes, it would have failed because there was no duty to join. Imagine 40 minutes was all the normal. If that happened, I don't even know what to say. I'll say toots. Apparently you can beat Thought and normal without moving. Like full light party. Or sorry, full party. But you can beat it without moving. Lex says, what constitutes a failed duty? Any duty that you just don't clear at all, or if you wipe even once it's a fail? Considering, Lex, that if you've seen the video series, I have 8 failed duties, and I've had that for months. It can't be because we wiped. A failed duty is if we don't clear. But I do think that it requires that there's at least a chance for me to do something. For instance, I'm pretty sure I filed a failed duty because we entered the duty, people left, and then we didn't get to refill before like the party fell apart. Some of them are Ramu extreme. So that one doesn't count because I didn't even get a chance to do anything. There was nothing left to save. Exactly, there was no party to fail with. There were no people to, like, mentor with. There was nothing, so how does that work? Caetsu says, do you have a stream schedule posted somewhere? And on Sundays, I post a community post on YouTube. I have it pinned on X. I have it pinned on Blue Sky. Around Monday, Tuesday or so, I update the Twitch schedule. And on the Discord server, there is a schedule room where when I post it on Sundays, like the most recent schedule is posted there, where you can see everything that's happening every week, including video releases and streams. So yes, I do. I actually have schedules all over the place. You just have to go and look. But I usually also do stuff at 17 GMT plus 2, plus 1 in the winter. That's usually where you should keep your eye out for something. Can Ramu solo Ramu extreme solo? No. Unsync, yes, but anything can do that. Also, speaking of that duty that just failed and all that, Shaq seems to have gotten the same duty suggested, but he didn't click fast enough, so it just cancelled. We just go here. I usually don't do the super mega pull without a pre-made, even if it might be faster to do that. It's just yeah. It's just boring to do it like that, I feel. I believe part of it, Vince, is because Europe summer winter time changes are different from American. So there might be a little bit of a disconnect. See, the trick is now that if you die doing the full Gigapole, including the boss, there will, like, if you pull the boss while doing it, there will be a teleporter straight to the boss. So if you pull like that, you pull everything, and whether you actually put in effort to kill it all or not doesn't matter. Because if you die, you just skip the packs anyway. Like the trick is actually like an all-on, like a free skip. So it's actually just really weird. Is what I'd say. It's just really freaking weird for people that don't know that it's coming, and it's also not very fun. It's efficient, and that's that. This is also very efficient, but this is funny. In contrast, this is funny. Just dodge all of the breaths. Lexus, my favorite is pulling everything except the boss. You see, that's the key here, is that I would never do that with a random healer, because they might not be ready for it. And if you do that, you've wasted time if you don't survive it. But if you also pull the boss, then it doesn't matter whether you survive or not. That's the key. That's the trick. Also, low IQ. So you actually have to pull more specifically to make it so that there's no risk. If they were not ready, it's a growth experience for them. Yeah, but some of them will just not learn anything from it because it's too much. I can't remember. There's a pack around the corner, isn't there? Yeah, I want those too. the thing there, Lex, is that might be an old school player that doesn't know. Like, let's just say my FC member says to do thing. I have had stories of people being like, my free company leader says that I shouldn't be attacking as a healer. Being a free company leader doesn't have any job requirements. You can just become a leader. They might not realize that there's a checkpoint that appears if you pull the boss. Admittedly, the pull is a lot harder if you pull the boss as well. Which is why the kicker here is that if you pull like that with randoms, you're doing it with the express expectation that you will die. Like, you're expecting to wipe doing that. But pulling everything, wiping, and then teleporting into the boss room is faster than fighting everything legitimately. That's what's really cursed about it. That's why I'm like, it's kind of boring. You're just skipping all of the packs. It's kind of boring, right? You can do that if you want to. Kezef says, if anything, being an FC leader predisposes towards having out-of-date information. That's also true. It's more likely because you've been around long enough to have bothered to make a free company. And make it face the wall like other bosses. You can do that. I'm specifically facing it away from my melee DPS. Though they're the only ones that might care. Although, actually, come to think of it, do Dragoons have any positionals at level 43 nowadays? No? Fantastic. Also, hey, Flims. The dot has a positional. The dot is level 50. Right. I had a feeling. But it's just, that's usually how I do it, is that I'll like, what I care about more is facing the boss, like, keeping the boss somewhat stable, and phasing them away from the melee so that they can, like, position as they want. It doesn't have to be so super strict or specific. They do so much damage? It's because they do mostly magic damage. And most of the damage is them casting Blizzard. And they also do it at range. So while you're rounding up mobs, the ice sprites are just continuing their blasts. You can, however, you can actually line of sight them. It's not really worth it most of the time because you moving the pack around a bunch really confuses the team. But you can. And it will reduce their damage output. I used it when I was soloing Stone Vigil Synced, which I believe I did on Warrior. I both tried Dark Knight and Warrior, because Dark Knight Soul Eater heals slightly more, but Warrior having Thrill of Battle means that it's just barely better at it. Hey, Fern! Oh, whoops. Ah, didn't make it. How about some more line AoEs? Bleh. Aha, your combo ran out. Now I can return to fight you. I'll queue when it says 11. Can you arm's length the sprites? No. I don't believe they auto-attack. But hypothetically, if they did, arm's length would slow down their cast time as well. Why do you specifically stand there and pass on every item? Just principle. I don't want any of the items. Oh, Crush is here. And Fern is here. I don't have to pass on the items. I just do. I sometimes do it if I'm like thinking about sticking around. Oh boy. Well, this is gonna get funny really fast.
Prison offers no escape.
Hey Finria, thank you so much for the Prime.
I mustn't disappoint Lady Athena.
Doesn't leaving the duty automatically leave all the... Yeah, it does, but if I want to, like, stick around, that is mainly the reason. Like, if I'm like, I might stay in the duty for a little bit for some reason, then I'll just start passing on things to be sure that I don't get the items that I didn't want. Uh-oh. This is a real roller coaster of a duty, and we're not. We're just barely a fourth of the way through. Have we done any of the mechanics successfully and correctly? Stay where you are.
Back to me.
All paths lead back to me. Did he just get a triple kill with that? How? What's going on with this group? This is very cursed, guys. He stacked the webs and no one freed them? Ah, backline. Dang it. I didn't even realize. That explains a lot. That also explains who died.
A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
Back to me. My god, is that a hype train?
These bars are unbreakable.
It is. That's a weird time for a hype train. Hype train for the mega cursed pandemonium run. Woohoo! Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, Shaq. That's awesome. Thank you. I think something like that. Uh-oh, we have a doom. We have a doom. Will they get it sooner? I don't think they... Oh, they did. Thank God. Whew. We did it! We're alive! Ow. My body died, hype! Exactly. Death hype! Thank you for the gifted subs, Francie. That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Ow. Thank you so much, and hey Penguin Unicorn! Hope you're doing well. The mother! Uh-oh. Ah.
I'll give you special cells.
Ooh, man. Thank you, Ilana. Thank you for the cheer. There was a hype train on the way. Yeah, it's right here. It's going fast. Actually, that's actually speeding up, I think. And the weirdest pandemonium run I've been a part of in a long, long time.
Webs like unto chains.
Webs like unto chains. Blap. The island of webs.
These bars are unbreakable.
Thank you for the cheer, Teen Lee. Thank you so much. Party! Party!
Stay where you are.
I'd rather not. I'd rather stand in the stack. Okay. Samurai had it. I was about to ready up for a limit break. Samurai had it. Oh boy. Ah. We did it! My god. The scholar knows me as well. Fantastic. Amazingly, we didn't wipe, but that was a lot of random jank. Oh man. Oh boy. What a run. Hey, Igor Doronek? Can you imagine if the knockback in P10 just happened without the telegraph? That would be pretty funny. I do think... I don't know what they could possibly do, but I am wondering if there was a way that they could, like, indicate it with more aggression. Because it is, like, one of the strongest knockbacks in casual content. Oh, hey, Pigmaster. Hope you're doing well as well. Summoner. I'll queue when it says 21. Crusher says, I think your presence does something to my duties. Ilana says, it makes them pinker. Aha. Well, thank you for the sub, Procrastinauts. Thank you. It's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Pigmaster. That's also awesome. We need the big gamers in the mental roulette so we get really strong players. I'll judge your summoner gameplay. Oh boy. Thank you, Prancy. The cheer push to level 5. Awesome. Yeah! Yeah! Does arm's length work against it? Not that one. That's actually a funny thing with knockback immunity, because for each mechanic that you can knockback immune, there's some random mechanic is like, yeah, but not that one. You can't do that one. Why not? Because you can't. There isn't like a sometimes there is an indicator, but other times it just isn't. Well, guess we're going tank again instead. When the queue becomes so long. That's the spirit, Procrastinauts. You have to start somewhere. Any knockback with a purple indicator cannot be anti-knockback. Anything with a normal indicator is entirely random. Yeah, exactly. Precisely, Zerelia. The purple circles mean doesn't, like, that the knockback immune doesn't work. If it's a blue one, then sometimes it works. Guys, I think we ran out of people. Never mind. 30-minute replacement Hawk Manor hard as healer. Final boss? Thank you for the sub, Kezev. Thank you so much, guys. That's so nice. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Rather last time. Maybe. Let's see if the DPS pulls through. Enjoy your evening, Mistle. Dang it. Because it says, I kind of wish there was an in progress only option in duty. That could be pretty cool. Oh boy, it's male Darkhold. Thank you for the gifted membership, Harry. Thank you so much. Is it the weekly one? The weekly tradition. Thank you so much. Blam! I don't do the full mega pull, but I'm pretty sure we can get away with this much. Well, I hope we can. Yeah, I should probably have pulled smaller. I don't know what if I would be able to in the healer's position there. But if there was space for a single holy cast, that would have changed so much for that pull. By the way, on that one, Lex, you can just adjust the size of the map. Ta-da! The new hype mode. Yeah, you can do that. You just have to yoink and move it. Say Fenrir! Hope you're doing well. Eyes on me! The healer was disconnected? Oh. That would make things a little difficult. What about interject? There is a sign for that one. If a spell has a pulsing and blinking animation, I actually go over this in my low level guides for tanks and ranged physical because they have interrupts. If the visual for the spell has like a pulsing and blinking thing like that, it means that it's interruptible. Any action with that visual can be interrupted. But if it doesn't have that visual, then interrupt never works. It's red, it's blinking and pulsing and stuff. It's very clear. Mostly a healer main and looking at leveling a tank. I'm currently looking at Dark Knights. Thoughts? If you think Dark Knight looks like fun, then go for that one. All 4 tanks can be a good starter. If you feel like having a lot of buttons or having buttons at the get-go is a little overwhelming, even at level 30. So then start with learning what buttons you have for Sastasha, which sinks you to level 18. And then go from there. And just gradually make your way up. You could start with any tank that way. Just gradually work your way up. Dark Knight notoriously has the least amount of self-healing access among the tanks as they level up. So if you're very used to preferring having healing options yourself coming from healer, then that might be a little scary. But I will say that at low levels, it doesn't really matter, and you're not supposed to be, as the tank, watching over your party to try and keep them healthy. So it might be for the best. I say, dogs! Like, ultimately, the tank you think looks interesting is probably the best one to start with. And if you feel like it's overwhelming or not as fun as you had hoped, you can try a different one. That's my suggestion. So if you're looking at Dark Knight, go for it. If you're not necessarily attached to Dark Knight in particular, then both Paladin and Warrior are generally softer starts, I feel like. But you could do any one of them. I would say the one that is probably the scariest to start with is Gunbreaker. They should fix that. What can and cannot be interrupted is way too consistent. Finally, consistency in my video game. This might look really, really cursed and chaotic. The reason why I'm pulling like that is just a bunch all the souls together so that you can cleave them better. I did something similar in the Stone Vigil earlier at one point, I think. But it was not as obvious. But the mobs in Stone Vigil also more nicely packed. So that you have a... Oh, this might be very dangerous to do. With this healer in particular, it's a little spooky. Yeah, Memoria Misera is actually really easy. You just need the people. Why is Gunbreaker the scariest to start? Mainly because it starts at the highest level, yeah. But as I was saying, that's also the reason why I said if you feel like the tank you're choosing is a little overwhelming, then start in lower level duties and like learn the toolkit as you go. Because that kind of nullifies that particular weakness of learning Gunbreaker. Because you'll just gradually learn that toolkit. Gunbreaker's made of glass until level 80-ish? No, it's not, Space Queen. Gunbreaker is just as tanky as the other tanks and actually gets its extra mitigation button before the other tanks. The only thing it doesn't have is just like Warrior and Dark Knight, only Paladin gets something like Sheltron as early as level 35. Gunbreaker's actually really strong in low level content, like almost overpowered strong as a tank. Whoops. I don't know, Space Queen. The thing is, at say level 26, Warrior and Dark Knight and Paladin has less options than Gunbreaker. At level 35, Warrior should have Thrill of Battle, I believe, and Paladin has Sheltron. Dark Knight doesn't have Dark Mind yet. The Gunbreaker starts ahead. Especially without Brutal Shell. I mean, Brutal Shell is learned at level 4. The only thing it doesn't have is that before level 52, Brutal Shell doesn't apply the barrier part. But it's still healing. It actually heals roughly as effectively as the other tanks at at low level. Like basically, if you look at if I were asked to do a duty and I know for a fact that it's going to be a duty below level 56, I would probably almost always pick Gunbreaker if I'm trying to optimize. If it's level 56, I'd probably choose Warrior. And then at around like 82 or 84, I might start picking Paladin if it's a party duty. So it's not about Gunbreaker being squishy. It's more so that if someone is like, I want to get into tanking, I was thinking of Gunbreaker, what do you think? Then at level 60, like starting at level 60 with your first tank might be a little much, a little overwhelming. And Gunbreaker's toolkit is also a little bit weird. You have, you know, AoE resource generator, but not a spender. But it's mainly about the fact you're starting level 60. The same thing with Sage. If people are like, I want to get into healing, I was thinking of Sage, I'll be like, maybe try some low level dungeons, because what's likely to happen is that people will use stuff like Wondrous Tales to hit level 71, and then their first duty will be, what's the word? Hallminster Switch. Which is, not a good start. And for Gunbreaker, your first dungeon would be Siren Song C, which is also a little bit much for a start, where you could have started with something like Zastasha just to learn. And a lot of players are not super keen on the concept of doing something like doing a low-level duty that basically gives them no useful rewards. They'd rather jump right into the thick of it and get useful rewards, which, understandable, but like the useful reward from doing a low-level duty when you're learning a job is, you know, the permanent value of learning the job. Is Dark Knight still the biggest DPS tank, or is that also Gunbreaker now? At max level, Dark Knight has the greatest burst potential, which does lead to a pretty clear rift. Like, Dark Knight can do more damage. The thing is that Dark Knight is a little weird about it. If you're not doing the optimal things to, like, get that value, then Dark Knight isn't necessarily the best. And if you're not doing that, then the tanks are sort of very close to each other. Says, I had a level 68 Gunbreaker in Temple of Khan hard, and let's just say they only ever pressed Rampart. Like, way back, I remember, I think it was in Shadowbringers, it might have been early Endwalker, I had, like, a tank, I have mentioned this one before, a tank, I do believe they were a Dark Knight, in Bottom's Metal, that basically only used 1-2-3 combos, and barely used any mitigation. And when questioned on it, they were like, I've leveled all of the other tanks to max and never had any complaints. Yes, actually, they said that. So there can't be a problem. And also, the healer's attacking, so clearly, I don't need to work any harder than I am. They believe healers should only heal. And they were basically only doing 1-2-3 combos. Long story short, having leveled a job is not indicative of you being good at anything. It doesn't require skill to level a job. Jose Agatasaka. Space Queen says Dark Knight actually does slightly less than any tank other than Warrior at the moment. Okay. Here come... Guys, get ready. Get ready. Here comes the FF logs. Are you ready? So, this is what Space Queen saw, right? This is what Space Queen saw. Is that correct, Space Queen? This is what you saw? I think, Baba. Exactly, Manakalat. Because I've never had any complaints could also mean people see you play so badly that they're just like, where do I even start? I've had people like that. I'll say, hey Silver, welcome back. Hey Womba. So what you're supposed to do when you're comparing tanks, so tanks don't have rate buffs, so when you're comparing tanks, our DPS doesn't really matter. What matters is a DPS, because this is the amount of damage the tanks can do by turning rate buffs from other people into damage. This is the true comparison. You see the difference? This is Dark Knight going, thank you for the rate buff. And Warrior and Paladin and Gunbreaker going, what do you mean 2-minute burst? However, it's really important to keep in mind that this only works if the entire party is working together, right? This is not how it looks when people are just clicking their buffs wherever. If you're doing casual content, then this doesn't matter. This doesn't do anything. Because Dark Knight gains value by putting their big damage in buff windows, which you will not be able to reliably have. So this doesn't matter outside of like top teams like pushing it. Which you can also see like if we look at it, I don't know, 50th percentile. Then we take a look at like 95th percentile. Ooh, boy. How about 99th percentile? Ooh, gets a little bigger. 69, nice. So the long story short, the important bit. I'll say Warden. Hope you're doing well. By the way, Warden, remember to use Holy. You have that one in Ismail Darkhold. Oh, you haven't unlocked Holy yet. Ah, okay, yep. You know, I was about to ask if I could give you a tip, then I saw you use the twirl emote, and I thought, that can't be like a super duper new sprout. There must be something there. And I didn't do anything. That explains a lot. Good job. If I were a rich sprout. Next is Sprout question when progressing the MSQ. Blue quests at the same time, I just finished the MSQ first. Blue quests are quests that unlock things. If you want the thing unlocked that the thing is unlocking, then you could do it now. Otherwise, whatever. The one you should be doing is your job quests. Those you should be doing. The rest, if you want to unlock the thing, go for it. Otherwise, you can just do the MSQ. I'll say about Skipper. What's that box you have with all your jobs there? That is the command panel. I have a short explaining it, but the long story short is open your actions and traits, click extras, boom. There it is. The short goes over some customization options you have for it. Is Ninja the last bastion of having a fail state, Deontay says? I mean, Monk still has Celestial Revolution, which kind of sucks. Ooh. Let's try and queue a summoner again. I'll go at 11. Thanks, Laszlo. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. The roulettes have been going alright. Pretty alright. We've gotten a lot of tank duties tonight as a result of the way that I'm queuing. I will, however, say to what Womba says, it could just be level boost, but it's kind of wild seeing the different play styles, quote unquote, people come up with at max level. Had 2 free cure chasing white mages in Mistwake in the past week alone. I don't think it's level boosts, because they do have to level 10 levels manually. Unless they're like leveling it with Wondrous Tales repeatedly. For the last 10 levels. But I've talked about this before. I imagine that part of the problem is that some people will, you know, just play whatever way they do, and they're progressing the main quest, right? Like, they're progressing the main quest. They're progressing. It's fine. So they don't learn anything new. And then at some point, you're high enough level that players expect a little bit more of you. But you haven't learned a thing because you didn't have to, right? But at some point, you kind of have to, or people expect that you did, at the very least. I'll queue when it says 51. I think that's the 3rd Bachman tonight. And to what Brontom said, burst jobs will perform better with buff-heavy teams sustained. Will do better in longer fights and more self-reliant. The interesting thing there is that 14 barely has any sustained DPS jobs nowadays. I think the closest you get is Black Mage. And then after that, you have, like, fake sustained DPS jobs. Viper over there, like, what do you got over there? A smoothie? And it's like 50% of their damage is reawakened. Hey, Weaver! I think you got it from Harry. Eric says, I've been farming Wokazoma and Skydeep Shinote for cards, and it's been wild how many Cure or Physic 1 spammer healers I've gotten. When I've asked any reason you're not using AoE, the response is either a meltdown or silence and continued spam. Ah, yeah. See, that's actually something I've also talked about. Part of the reason why I don't really give people advice like that in really high-level duties is because when you're at, like, Dawntrail level content, the probability that you've been doing that mistake for 40 or 50 or 60 levels is very high, and the human mind does not take well to being told that they've been playing wrong for that long. So it's much more likely that they will have a very aggressive response to being told that they're doing it wrong, regardless of how you explain it. So most of the time it doesn't do anything. If they're still spamming Cure 1 at level 95, then there's almost no saving them. They've determined that they don't want to attack. They saw that Conjurer quest line and decided that they CBA doing it. The human mind is a casual by the sounds of it. Yeah. But that's the reason why I give advice less and less frequently in duties, is because I've had so many either just ignore it or actually like respond very aggressively. Oh boy, Odin! It's time for your weekly thrashing, Odin. Are you ready? Should you even keep Cure 1 or Medicant 1 on your hotbar at those levels? You can. There are like really, like very few situations where they'd be helpful, Von Kaze, but you might not need them. Medica 1, I believe, technically heals for more up front than Medica 3 and 2, but if you cast Medica 2 or 3 and then Medica 2 or 3 again, the one hot tick will likely like make up the difference. And Cure 1 is like only useful if you actually ran out of MP entirely, right? In all other situations, they don't do anything. And in the situation where you'd need Cure 3 anyway, Cure 1 anyway, you're probably going to wipe, right? You're like, it's not going to save the day. I'm like, sorry, but it's not. You're probably dead. So you could probably remove them. The reason why I still have them on my hotbars is mainly down to I like to have all of the buttons so that it's easy to switch in a duty. Yeah, exactly. As Sarah says, it's for me, it's also mainly a matter of what if I land in a low-level duty? Hall of Stone. Uh-oh. The tank privilege lives on. Einherja! Walknut. That was possibly the best. Why? Why, Lana? Why the ignore on the bot? What did the bot do? It was supposed to be the best timing for the DPS check to come up. Medica 1 can be pretty useful if you have 2 different multi-stacks of an arena split. Why? Are you thinking of Cure 3? Are you thinking spamming it? While Medica 3 is going? Ah. Yeah, I see that. That's kind of annoying. Did they remove Leviathan Extreme from Mental Roulette? No, they have not. It's actually, Lex said, wow, but it's called a healer and healers are supposed to heal. It's actually pretty funny because due to my situation, my position, I interact with players from different MMO communities. What's really funny about that is that you may have one player basically go, that's stupid. Why would a healer be attacking as a priority at all? They should be healing and nothing else. And you'll find that, like, if you could, like, get, like, a label on where they're from, it's like, WoW retail. And you may see others where it's like, yeah, they could attack a little bit if there's time. And it could also be WoW retail or WoW classic or some other game. But if there is someone who's like, are you stupid? Why wouldn't a healer attack all the time? It's almost always Final Fantasy 14. Isn't it the same in WoW though? No! In WoW, you cannot heal without your GZD, basically. Nearly all damage and healing buttons are GZDs in WoW. So every time you cast an attack, you're not healing. At all. With very, very few exceptions. And the damage is bigger, so you need to heal a lot more. Like, usually, like, if you, like, for instance, there are stories where it's like, yeah, then there's, like, this burst phase where the healers actually started spamming attacks to help because the DPS check is too tight. Meanwhile, in 14, are like, yeah, there we called it Tuesday. Wouldn't the exception be a Disc Priest? Yeah, exactly. Disc Priest is basically Sage's Cardia, but, like, supercharged. Like, that's how they heal, basically. But yeah, essentially, in Final Fantasy XIV, it's such a no-brainer that healers should be attacking all the time that if you suggest otherwise, there are players that are like, what? No, that's stupid talk. Are you a noob? What's going on here? Meanwhile, in basically nearly all other MMOs, nearly all other MMOs, you have to heal as a healer, and attacking is like, if you're really good, you might have a little bit of time. Akutsuka says, so WoW mechanic's a lot more tight, like every 3 seconds, and the GZ is 3 seconds, so they constantly need to raid-wide heal. No, Akutsuka, the GZ in World of Warcraft is 1.5 seconds, and it is actually pretty common to have haste, making it 1.3, 1.2, or 1.1 seconds. The GZ is way faster, and wow, the game goes way faster. Which also means that part of the reason why you're healing all the time is because your tank is taking damage all the time. People are taking damage all the time. So you choosing to spend a few seconds to attack might be too much. But actually, exactly what Agatosaka said of this observation of like, what? Isn't it the same in WoW? Like, are the healers not always attacking in WoW too? Like, basically, that's exactly what I mean. This is how it works. This is why it is very interesting for me, is because in my position, I know that these games are very different. So I see one person saying the one thing and they might either be really bad or they're not from 14 if they say that healers shouldn't be attacking. And then over on the other end, you'll have players being completely dumbfounded of the suggestion that a healer wouldn't be attacking. And they're almost always 14. Because a lot of 14 players might not actually play other MMOs. So they might not even realize that other MMOs, like that 14 is actually the weird one, the odd one out. Because it is. Like, more modern games, more modern RPGs and MMOs have determined that giving healers something useful to do when they don't need to heal is nice. Which WoW has also adopted. But usually it's a balancing act of making sure that the thing healers can do is useful without overshadowing healing, because they should be healing. Oh yeah, and that too, as a Metricon says, WoW emphasizes single target healing too, so you need more actions to produce healing. That's true. Big AoE heals are typically cooldowns of some sort. And are also on the GCD. So it could be something like, what's a good example? Monk healers have a button that heals everyone a ton and removes all debuffs. The remove all debuffs part is not really important with this comparison, but I do believe it's a 3-minute cooldown. In 14, a 3-minute cooldown buys you a bit more than that, because big AoE heal is something you just like, you just go Afflatus Rapture twice. Benediction is 3. That's true. Lay on Hands, I believe, is 5 minutes. Which is Paladin's Benediction. It does the same thing. There's actually a lot of people playing Mythic Plus Space Queen, or what do you mean? Anyway, let's see here. I'll queue when it says 11. Oh, that was a great one. Back in vanilla WoW, where some classes had hour-long cooldowns. Yeah. You can, like, imagine, guys. Imagine pressing, like, Vengeance or Sentinel or Nebula, and then it just goes on a 30-minute cooldown and doesn't reset on a wipe. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. It's been a while, Ramu. It does look like the Paladin is very excited. I think they just want to go for it, so we can hope that they know what to do. This is gonna be a wipe. There's nothing to do when the tanks don't know what to do. We can't fix it. I have a feeling the tanks didn't understand a thing. I like how one of the healers just grabbed them instead. Exactly, Seal. What is A? Huge marker. I didn't explain that because I thought it was obvious. Meanwhile, B is hidden away. I skipped over the part that the... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm saved, though. I am never punished and all that. I skipped over the part that... there's lightning in the water. Because I imagined it wouldn't matter. There was a tank switch, that's good. It's a classic. It's a classic. Oh, 3 stacks? Okay, got it. Grabs 3. Oh, well, I have 1 stack. Grab more stacks. Get 6 stacks, essentially. Not listening at all. And he's grabbing more. Stardust. You both tanks grabbed 6 orbs every time, not 3. That's why we didn't have enough orbs. You grab 3. You see how when you grab orbs, you get a blue lightning buff? When it hits 3, it's replaced with a different blue buff. That buff is what makes you survive the lethal lightning attack. If you grab more, it still counts technically, but the red debuff says that you receive less healing, which is why the healers can't keep you alive. You grabbed 3 and then 3 more, typically. You grab 3, go to B and stand still. Preferably. Because otherwise people can't safely avoid you. And you have to stay there until the other tank takes over. Also, reiterating for everyone else, when you have lightning between you and another player, you or the other player has to pick up 3 orbs to get it to go away. Same way as the tanks. Again, 3, not 6, not 1 or 2, 3. And as long as you don't, let's just say that tether is the most common way to wipe the fight, aside from the tanks not doing it right. Actually, Xaid, the pull we just had, there was a healer and a DPS just standing there with a tether between them, doing nothing. So there was actually a problem about that, so that had to be addressed too. Now both tanks are grabbing orbs. Somehow it sort of worked out. Close enough, I guess. KD is gonna die. And it's gonna take me and OK with them, it seems. If we beat it like this, it would be the most cursed clear ever made. But I don't see it. It's not... the problem is the fight isn't that hard, but it's very specific things you need to understand. Otherwise, it's not gonna happen. And let it be known that part of the reason why I'm not even bothered about attacking that much is because there's no DPS check in this fight. It's an incredibly relaxing fight in that regard. Oh boy. That's not... I guess that works, but you didn't do it fast enough. Ooh, boy. I also actually told them to do it the opposite way because the paladin was the one tanking first. I just says, is it worth the stress? I don't think cheating is the correct one, but it is definitely the causing problems option. If they struggle with the language. The thing is, if they were having trouble, they wouldn't just click yes. It can be done with one tank if both healers are barrier healers. It might be doable with one barrier healer, but I don't count on it with this party. Is Astra barrier healer? Nope. Scholar and Sage. This fight is impossible if the tanks don't know how to do it. That's basically what it comes down to. It cannot be done. The tanks don't do it. The Paladin has specifically been acting like they knew exactly what to do all along, but they don't have any clue what to do. Look at that! Look at that! Basically, the best way I can describe it is that they're not like they're not actually looking at their buffs at all, and they're also like, look, now they're both standing on B. The Paladin thinks that they can't let their buff drop. And for some reason, me saying you can't stand on A makes them think, oh, so I can only stand on B ever. And obviously, if they're standing next to each other, then they can't not have the buff. I'm on Louis War Chaos. Why is it always the Paladins? Let it be known, Lex, that if we had wiped again, I would have been the one sending the vote dismiss to the Paladin. Because the Paladin had demonstrated in every single poll that they were not listening to anything. They actually explained back to me after like the second attempt that why are the people grabbing the orbs? The orbs are only for the tanks. I'm grabbing 3. Meanwhile, they're grabbing 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, right? And it's like, I explained the first time that the orbs are needed for everyone. Yoga says, would it be fine to join you in the housing district if I wanted to Q-Sync? You're welcome to. Where my house is something that is regularly shared around. I believe there's a pinned comment on the Discord server that says where it is. Sometimes people just mention it if you ask for the location. You're welcome to be here. And I actually announce the exact time that I queue a little bit in advance so that you can, like, snipe me if you want to. I don't mind. Because I've said, have you kept track of how many times each extreme has popped? I've not kept track of how many of each extreme has popped. I've kept track of how many extremes have popped, but I can tell you that Ramu is one of the most common ones. And it's usually the one that is the most hard fought. Connor says, what's your favorite mount? I think it's this. Or more Rathalos? I'd rather do Rathalos. Let's just say that. Rathalos is probably also very common, yeah. So, also, I did see it. Thank you so much for the, or rather, welcome back to the Cult of the Pig, Saras. Thank you so much. The hardest one is probably Thornmarch. Right after that, like if I were to rank them, just the A Realm Reborn extremes, it's probably Thornmarch at the top, then Ramu. Then I think it's Leviathan. And after that, I feel like it's sort of equal between Ifrit and Garuda. Then Titan. Then Ultimate Weapon, and then Shiva. I don't know what to tell you. The mechanics on Shiva are not very hard. Indeed, Alana. Last time I got Thornmarch, I believe I had a, like, I joined and then things were fine and someone was like, guys, I think I know who was killing the Mogs too fast. Because that person was weirdly missing now, right? She was more trouble every single time I got it, while Ultima is just brute forceable. Where's my house? Here's the information. The thing is, Ultimate Weapon has one mechanic. Ultimately, one mechanic. And you just need a few people to know how to do that, and then you won. Shiva has the bow and the sword as the main problem mechanics. And those are also pretty easily done with, like, 1 or 2 players knowing what to do. The problem is that both of them requires a tank to know what to do. The thing that makes Leviathan really scary is that it has like a technically a sort of DPS check a few times throughout the fight. Each time one of those derps with a staff jumps on the platform, if you don't kill it fast enough, you die. And one person isn't enough. Yeah, that run just now definitely felt like the Gunbreaker had some trouble understanding what needed to happen. Like, they got it the moment I was like, yeah, your debuff is supposed to run out. You're supposed to, like, alternate tanking. It's like, oh! And then he stopped overcharging for the most part. I think he actually overcharged at the start a little bit, but then he got it when I was like, look at your debuff, man! It's wrong! Like, oh. But the Paladin didn't understand anything. The I got it body thing really indicated that they were not listening. Like, it feels like both of them came into it with the assumption that it was going to be easy clap. And the Paladin just never stepped out of that position, that it had to be easy clap. But the fact the Gunbreaker didn't realize that the debuff was supposed to run out does at least explain why they kept grabbing orbs. To, like, refresh it. But I just don't... I feel like there's a lot of information where they tried to glean something that wasn't said, making them do it wrong. Instinct error? Yeah, we had another incident of a paladin that seemed to completely screw up the possibility of a clear, but we still cleared. Well, Akutsusaka, anyone can mark without party lead. What would happen is, if we had wiped again Akutsusaka, then I would have been the one suggesting the vote dismiss on the paladin. That's what would have happened next. They're very, very lucky that we beat it right then at the end. That's what would happen next. The Gunbreaker was actually like improving on each attempt. The Paladin wasn't doing anything. They were just doing the same mistakes over and over and over again and just ignoring anything. The only thing they understood was right at the start when I was like, you need to grab orbs. Got it! Grab all the orbs! Done! And then they like, I don't know, turned off their brain or something. I don't know. Francis says there's people who get silently offended by being told what they do wrong. I'm pretty sure based on the way they responded that they were very annoyed that they were being told they're doing if they were doing the wrong thing. Jose Swish, hope you're doing well. We just came off another extreme where I guess what everyone is saying is I don't understand how you have the patience to deal with that, Kai. Yeah, exactly, Akutsusaka. The funny thing is that they might be offended that they're told they're doing it wrong, but I'm more offended that they're ignoring what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if they would have had acted a little bit differently if it had, like, shown in the chat, like, just a big red, a kick attempt on you just failed. And could you imagine seeing that? Like, it's possible if I'd clicked yes that the paladin had just gone yeeted. But I didn't. I just let it time out. Thank you so much for the sub, Shadowfire. And the advanced stuff, too. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Maybe Akutsusaka. I at least know as we went in that Ilana was like, this will be fine. And Fern was like, oh no. Oh yeah, two of them were. And there were also other people in the party that said thank you for explaining when we beat it at the end. Vankaza says, seeing that you're the issue might cause some people to clean up their act, but others might troll harder if it doesn't go through. See, the trick there, Vankaza, is I think there's like a 5-minute or something grace period if a vote kick fails. I'm not entirely sure. But if you just troll harder, you'll just get kicked on the next opportunity. And yes, Cecile says, the logic of me saying it would be nice if it just told you that people were going to kick you. I have a feeling that some people would be like, oh, it's that bad, huh? But you're right, that there would definitely also be players that are like, oh, fantastic, I can just keep doing this then. The problem I had was that I can't remember what the other options are. But I don't think cheating was the correct kick offense. But it's this one. We can't choose this one, but this is the problem. I mean, I would probably have chosen harassment if it came to that. They're practically harassing me. Is griefing not an option? No, not directly. But griefing is a type of harassment. So that's what I would have chosen. I don't think cheating was the correct one, though. And that matters because while kicking someone for those things like refusing to participate isn't actually in the kick options, that is a gray area of kicking someone from a party. But if you're choosing cheating when they're clearly not cheating, then that's probably not it. Like, that's not it. Hey, Penpenos. Hope you're doing well. Lana says, so fun fact, in French it's called behavior, and now maybe we'll put two and two together. Is cheating, is the option that was used behavior in French? Was it you that initiated the vote kick, Ilana? That explains a lot. What were the other options for you? I mean, Swish, if everyone clicked yes, they would get kicked. The reason why it's dangerous to kick people is because if the problem player turns around and goes, well, I wasn't cheating, and writes a report, then you suddenly have a GM saying, why did you kick this person? They weren't cheating. And then you have to explain, well, they were basically griefing the run. And repeatedly, like, they were basically not communicating with the party at all. We couldn't clear the duty because they were just derping around, not paying attention, not listening to the party at all. And given that that's not an option, we chose that one. And considering that Ilana was the one that actually initiated it, I imagine that would be the first person to ask. Communication is an option. It isn't in the kick options, but refusing to communicate with the party is also a valid reason to kick someone. I don't even know if that was intentional, Lucille, but whether it was or not, it doesn't matter. They had already done other things. But yeah, as I said, I had already reached the point where I was like, if we wipe now, I'm gonna vote kick them. Was it a valid reason but not an option? Don't know what to tell you, Lex. The kick options haven't been updated, I'd guess, since A Realm Reborn. Princess A is the north and other duties usually. Yeah, the reason why I put A at south for that specific fight is because most people do that in my experience. So I do it to be consistent. But it doesn't really matter. I didn't say to go north or south. To be perfectly honest, I didn't even realize for sure that Ramuh is, like, looking south at the start. But basically, Lex, there's like 100 different reasons you could kick someone, but there's only 4 options you can pick. And for some reason, they didn't just put an other. So you could just write the reason. Like, legitimately, if they just added a vote kick where you click it and then it just gives you a blurb where you have to write what the reason is, that would be more effective than the 4 options we have now. And why we don't have that, I couldn't tell you. Anyway, we still got 16 duties and we still haven't failed somehow. And let's see what we got. 1, 2, 3 Buckmans as the only guild has this time. 1, 2, 2 regular trials. 1, 2, 3 extreme trials counting Odin. 1 alliance raid. 1 high level dungeon. 1, 2, 3 normal raids. 2 leveling dungeons. And then we also had the random fake out of landing on Thought and Extreme, but everyone had already left. Yeah, exactly. If you could custom write the kick reason, then it's a lot clearer because, you know, the person who got kicked can just report for that and then the GM can see, oh yeah, I do see that that's the reason you got kicked. That's not what happened though, was it? Or it's some stupid reason like, it's funny. Like, that's an open and shut case. Just, you know you're not allowed to kick people for the lols, right? Yeah. You do know you're getting punished for that, right? Yeah. Dragoon was only using range attack during dungeon. It's actually pretty funny because there are definitely duties where I'm like, that would be really obnoxious, but they don't see that as a reason to kick them. Anyway, with all that aside, if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, usually updated Sunday or Monday. You also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams and to put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. There's also an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like over on YouTube, you can follow, you can subscribe, you can become a member, you can super chat, you can cheer, you can do all of that goodness. If you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link out, I'll post it right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you without having to worry about algorithms and whatnot. So thank you so much for the support. But that will be it from me tonight. So let's see if we can raid someone. Let's see if we can raid someone over on the Twitch side. What do we have as options? What do we have as options? If you've got any ideas, please feel free. I might not use the idea, but I'm looking, and I'm looking. I can't quite tell if this is someone doing MSQ. I don't think it is. Sure, let's do that. Meet someone new. Now, with that said, that'll be it from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world, and hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!